Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
You all are warmly welcome to Certificate course in Sage Business Cloud Accounting program by PW Holdings. PW Holdings is a Sage authorized partner and Sage 1 certified consultant. Currently, we are doing this program for many universities and higher educational institutes. First, I will explain course objectives and intended learning outcomes. From this course, you will get proper knowledge on how to register for Sage Business Cloud Accounting software and how to implement the system, how to set up the system, how to create master files, and how to enter transactions, and how to generate your management information reports. In addition to that, in this course, we will explain how to design your layouts, like invoices, purchase orders, quotations. Those layouts, how to design those layouts, we will explain this course. Furthermore, we will explain how to customize your financial reports. Okay, and after completion of the course, you will get a certificate. Okay, there may be professionals, business owners and entrepreneurs, freelancers or students. For professionals, you can implement the system by yourself for your company. For business owners and entrepreneurs, you can analyze your company performance by using system dashboard and MIS report. And if you are a freelancer or you are providing part-time accounting services, you can earn extra income by working as a service provider by implementing Sage Business Cloud Accounting. Especially, this is a cloud-based software, so you can implement the system and support at anywhere and anytime. And if you are a student, this course will help to improve your professional qualifications and you can easily find a job. Furthermore, since we are a Sage authorized partner, you can purchase software at a discounted price. We expect all of you to actively participate for the session, and if you have any questions, you can message. In addition to that, we are available before and after the session. That time also you can utilize for clarify your issues. Okay, next we will move to about this accounting software. Actually, there are two types of accounting softwares. First one is on-premises or server-based. Second one is cloud accounting software or online accounting software or web-based accounting software. Now, in first one, on-premises, you need to install your software to server or your computer. However, this cloud accounting, there's no any installation, and if you have any internet connection or computer, you can log in from anywhere and anytime. And there are many benefits of cloud accounting software. You can easily upgrade. Now, for an example, if you are using server-based accounting software, you cannot get updates or you have to pay a higher amount for your upgrade. Now, for an example, if you are install 2020 version, now if that company release 2021 version, you cannot get that upgrade. But if you are using cloud accounting softwares, that cloud accounting software automatically upgrade your system. Then next one, lower cost of ownership. Now, for an example, if you are purchase server-based software, initially you need to pay higher amount, but in cloud softwares, initially it's very low cost. And next one, always up. Since this is cloud, you can log into system anywhere and anytime, especially in this situation like COVID pandemic situation. If your office is closed, even though your office is closed, you can log into your system from home. And disaster assistant. Now, if your office is closed or your installed computer cannot log into your computers, but if you have cloud accounting software, you can log in from anywhere and anytime. And compared to server-based accounting software, cloud-based accounting software has very minimal maintenance cost. Now, for an example, if you are using server-based software, you need to install to a computer and you need servers. So servers little expensive, but if you are using cloud accounting software, no need of servers, or you don't want to maintain network. So there's very minimal maintenance cost. And your data storage in a different location, so it's always safe. And since this is available anywhere and anytime, you can work anywhere and anytime. Next, there are many cloud accounting software: Sage Business Cloud Accounting, Soho, MyOB, Zero, QuickBooks. And this course, we will discuss Sage Business Cloud Accounting software. Next, we will move to course plan. First, we will describe how to register for company and how to set up. Next, master file creation. From master file creation, you can create your customers, suppliers, inventory, GL accounts, sales reps, then projects. Those master files you can create. Next, transactions. In transactions, we will discuss how to enter quotations, invoices, customer receipts, then purchase orders, supplier invoices, GRN, supplier payment, how to do bank reconciliations. Those things we will discuss under transactions. Next, reports. After we set up our company, create master files into transactions, next we will move to reports. Okay. Under reports, we will discuss financial reports, tax reports, audit report, transaction reports, your customer outstanding report, supplier outstanding report, sales report. Those reports we will discuss under report section. Okay, now you may receive an email from Sage Business Cloud Accounting software. You can click that email link and you can log into the system, or else you can type this in your URL, accounting.sage1.co.za, and you can log into the system. Okay, now please log into your system. Type accounting.sage1.co.za. After that, you can enter your registered email. You may have sent the email to us, and you can enter password.
So where to enter that?
Yeah. Your email address and your password. It's batch at 020. I'll type your password here. First, enter your email address here, and next you can enter your password, batch at 020, batch B capital.
After the batch email address.
No, first enter your email address here. Next, enter your password.
Right.
Password is batch at 020.
Channa is that part.
No, you can enter your email address. Have you sent your email address to us at
No.
info@pwholdings.lk?
No. No.
Okay, then please send your email address to can you message your email address under this chat box?
What's chat box? Right.
Yeah.
Login, sir.
Yeah, after that you can click login.
Chat box icon.
Or else can you message your email address to 0777?
1 second.
885
885
883. Okay, others, can you log into the system? You may receive an email from Sage Business Cloud Accounting Software. If you haven't received your email, please check your junk mail or spam mail. After that, you can confirm your account.
I have I have SMS my password.
Not the email password. Please send your email address.
Email address I have sent. SMS.
0777885883.
Yeah. BSAH. Double 8 5
0777 885 883.
Yes. Failed.
Okay, while you send the message, we will quickly go through system features. Now, this is the main dashboard. From here, to-do list, you can identify what are the pending works. Okay. Here you can see what are your pending works, then top selling items, your sales history. You can compare your monthly sales, current month and previous month. Okay, monthly sales you can compare with last year and this year. Then your bank balance movement, customer outstanding, age analysis, and you can view your top customers by sales, then supply outstanding, your customers by outstanding, your profit and loss, those details, cash movement, you can view from this dashboard. And also you can view these details in graph wise or chart wise. And also you can customize this dashboard. Okay, we will discuss in detail when we are doing the dashboard. And this system has customer module, supplier module, items, banking, accounts, contents area, reports. Furthermore, you can create your fixed assets. And if you have budget, you can add budget. Then analysis code, you are using projects or you are using jobs, or if you have different departments, or if you want to analyze your company performance by area wise, you can create this analysis code. And if you have any department, you can generate department wise profitability, or you can search department wise transactions if you have created analysis codes. Okay. And also you can import or export your master files. Next, administration. From here, you can change your user controls. User control, you can do from here. Okay, now for an example, if you have sales team, you want to allow only customer module only for that sales team, then you can untick or you can block other modules from that sales team. Or if you have lower level staff, you want to block reports from that staff, and you can, by unticking these reports, you can block viewing your reports of that users. Right. Next, we will move to how to set up your company. And there are a few add-on modules. This system has time tracking module. Now, if you activated time tracking module, you can enter your staff working hours. Now, for an example, if you are in a audit firm, you can enter how many hours you have worked for a particular client. Furthermore, if you are doing in a security or service industry business. Now, for an example, if you are doing security company, in that security company, you want to add that security officer's timesheet. For an example, security officer, which location he's worked and how many hours he's working. So you can enter those details in that time tracking module. Okay. Next, multi-currency. If you are using any foreign currencies, you can activate this multi-currency. Now, for an example, you are importing items from foreign currency. In that case, you can create your suppliers in suppliers currency. And if you have activated this multi-currency module, system will automatically calculate exchange rates. Okay, now for an example, if you are order USD in USDs, US dollars, so system will calculate that suppliers outstanding in US dollars and as well as Sri Lankan rupees. Okay, next, advanced inventory. So if you activated this advanced inventory, you can generate your valuation reports and item movement reports from this advanced inventory module. Next, data's manager. Now, if you activated this data's manager module, you can automatically send reminders to your customers. Now, if a customer has outstanding, you can automatically generate outstanding reports and you can send reminders to those customers. Next, we can enter company details, company information, and customer zone. Okay. Now, customer zone is a special feature in this software. So you can email your outstanding customer transactions to your customers. Then customers also can view their invoices, quotations, outstanding online. Okay, without logging to the system, they can view their outstanding. Next, general settings. You can, under general settings, you can create your financial years, regional settings, customer and supplier settings, item settings, time tracking settings, outstanding balances, and personal information. Next, tax settings. If you are a VAT registered company, you can create your tax rate under tax settings. Next, document and statement. From this section, you can create or set document numbers. You can set document details and document messages. Next, branding. Under branding, you can set your company logo to the system. Next, user-defined fields and email signature creation and multi-currency. Okay, now first we'll go to company settings. You can go to company, go to change company settings. There's a question from Sanjay. Yeah, after registration, we will get the recording. Yes, you can get the recording. Right. Now, first, we will move to company settings. From here, you can enter your company details. Okay. Now, if you enter company details here, when you're printing your invoices, customer invoices, supplier invoices, you can add these details in the invoice layout. First, you need to enter your company name. Next, telephone number, fax number, mobile number, and if you have any contact person in your company, you can enter contact person name here. Okay, now if you can log into your system, you can go to company and you can go to change company settings and you can enter your company details. Okay, next, you can enter your email address. Now, there are a few options. First one, use this email for communication. And second one, use no reply at accounting sage my as from address. Now, I'll explain this email address. Now, in this system, you can email your quotations, invoices, sales orders, customer receipts to your customers. Now, for an example, like this, you can email your invoices to your customers. Okay. Then, in this setting says, use this email for communication. And when you are sending email from the system, if you want to display this email address, this highlighted email address as from address, you can tick this option, first option. And if you want to mention no reply at accounting.sage1, you can tick the second option. Okay, it's better if you can select first option and send emails. Okay, next, CC, and from this CC, if you tick this always CC this email address, if you're a company owner or if you have any higher level person, he will get an email. Okay, when you are sending all your customer invoices, purchase orders, he will get a copy of that every email. Okay, next, you can enter your postal address and physical address. Okay, now you can enter your email address and your company postal address. Okay, you can enter your company details here, your company name, telephone number, fax number, mobile number, and contact person name. And from report email options, you can enter your company email address, and you can enter postal address and physical address. Okay. Next, we will move to additional company information. From here, you can enter your company tax number, company registered name, company registration number, tax office, and your entity type. Now, you can, if you are a closed company or company, partnership, sole proprietor, trust, from these options, you can select your entity type. Okay. And you can enter your city, province, country, and you can enter your first name, last name, and contact numbers. These are not compulsory, but it's better if you can enter these details. Okay. Now you can enter this your statutory information and additional company information. Okay. After that, we will move to customer zone. Okay. Now, customer zone is a special feature in the software. Now, you can email your customer invoices, quotations, or customer receipts. From here, you can email. And when you are sending your emails, customer will receive email with the link. Okay, now we will go to that email. Now from here, you will receive an email, and you will receive email with link. Okay. After clicking this okay, you can receive an email with link. By clicking this link, your customers can view their invoices. Okay. You click that link. Right now, clicking that invoice, now this is your customer. Okay, customer can view this invoice, and also customers can view their invoices, quotations, sales orders, credit notes, payment statement, contact details. Okay, and also they can download these invoices or they can print. Now, for an example, when you are doing audits, sometimes your customers will request your statement balances, their outstanding balances. So without requesting your from your company, your customers can download their statement themselves by logging to this customer zone. Okay, you will receive an email with the link. By clicking this link, your customers can download their invoices or they can view their invoices, quotations, sales orders, credit notes, payment, those details they can view without logging to your system. Right. You can activate this or you can enable that customer zone by ticking this option. Okay. Enable your accounting customer zone. You can enable your customer zone by ticking here. Then your customers can view their statements or invoices, quotations, or payment online by clicking that link. Okay. Next, there are two options: invoices, quotations only, invoices and account history. Now, if you select first option, your customers can view only invoices and quotations. If you select second option, invoices and account history, or all details, your customers can view. Now here you can see invoices, quotations, sales orders, credit notes, payment statement, everything you can view because we have selected invoices and account history. Okay. So if you want to allow your customers to view only invoices and quotation, you can select first option. And if you want to allow your customers to view all details, all customer invoices, quotations, sales orders, payments, credit note, you can select the second option. Next, display name. You can type your company name under display name. After that, you can save. Okay, next, there are a few options. Online payment gateway. If you have payment gateway, you can add payment gateway here, and then your customers can online pay your outstanding. And there's a special payment gateway net cash. If you can link your bank account, you can enable net cash online payments from customers and suppliers. Right. Under company details, you can enter your company details, statutory information, and you can enable your customer zone. Right. Next, we will move to general settings. You can comment if this speed is okay, whether it's slow or fast. Please comment. And if you haven't sent your email address to info for system registration, we will do it please do it. Please send your email address and your full name. Then we can register your software. Okay. Right. Next, we will move to general settings. Now, general settings, you can create your financial years, regional settings, customer settings, and item settings. Okay. First, we will move to financial years. Now, from here, you can create your financial years. Right? By clicking this plus mark, you can add financial years. And by clicking this red color button, you can delete your financial years. Now, you may implement your system for all company, or sometimes you may implement system for new company. Okay, if you are creating, if you are implementing the system for new company, you can enter your financial year start date by clicking this here. You can change this date. Now, for an example, some companies will start from 1st of April, or some companies may start from 1st of January, or sometimes some companies may use 1st of October, like that. Based on your company, you can enter your financial year start date. Next, you can enter financial year end date. And if you want, you can change these dates, start dates, end dates, you can change. Right. Now, you may implement the system for all company, or you may implement the system for new company. If you are implement the system for new company, you can straight away you create financial years and you can continue. However, if you are implementing the system for all company, okay, there may be sometimes your company may start from 2015 or 2016, right? In that case, if you are implementing for all company, there may be outstanding, okay, customer outstanding or supplier outstanding available. Okay, sometimes that customer outstanding from 2015 or supply outstanding from several years back. Okay, in that case, you want to add that outstanding invoices date, actual dates you want to input into the system. Okay, now when you are importing, or when you are enter your opening balances, you want to enter that customer outstanding invoices and supplier outstanding invoices in the actual days. Okay, now I'll describe this little detail. Now, from the system, you can generate outstanding reports. Okay, customer outstanding report and supplier outstanding reports you can generate. And also you want to calculate how many days outstanding. Now here there are age analysis, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days. Okay, now when you are implementing the system, if you want to enter all invoice outstanding, now for an example, assume you want to enter from 2015 or 2017. Then you can start your financial years from 2017. For an example, you may have customer outstanding from 2017. So you want to enter that outstanding invoice from actual date. In that case, you can create your financial years from 2017. Okay. Right, like that, you can create financial years. If you want more years, you can add from here by clicking this plus mark, and you can change the date, and you can enter the financial year end date. Then system will calculate or automatically set that next financial year start date and end date. Okay, right. I'll quickly describe it again. If you want to enter all, if you are implementing the system for all company, if you have all customer invoices and outstanding customer and supplier outstanding invoices, and you want to enter actual dates, you can create a few financial years and start from that financial year. Okay, if you, for an example, if you have customer invoices, outstanding invoices from 2017, you can start financial year start date as 2017. Right. Next, you can tick your current financial year. Then when you are generating reports, it will display current financial year reports. You can change this financial year, current financial year, but it's better if you can tick to current financial year. Now we are in 2021 December, so we are in this financial year. So you can tick your current financial year for this financial year. And also in this system, there's no year-end processes. So if you want to, now for an example, if you are in 2022, 1st of April, when you are first time log into next financial year, system will pop up a message, do you want to create new financial year? So you can click yes, and you can create your financial year. Okay, or else manually also you can create financial years. Right. Next, lockdown date. Now here you can set a lockdown date. Actually, this is very popular word in this time period. Now, if you set a lockdown date, if you tick set a lockdown date, and if you set a date here, your users cannot enter transaction before this period. Okay, now if you set a lockdown date, now here this is 2020, 31st March. So prior to this period, your users cannot enter transactions. Okay, now after your audits, you can set a lockdown date, then your users cannot enter transactions prior to this period. So sometimes your users may by mistake mistakenly enter transaction for previous years. So you can block that human errors by setting a lockdown date and fix a lockdown date. Okay, after your month end also you can set a lockdown date. For an example, after you complete November transaction, you can set lockdown date as 30th November 2021. So then your users cannot enter a transaction prior to that period. After that, you can save. Okay, now you can create your financial years and you can set a lockdown date. Mr. Sanjeeva, is it your login okay? Can you log into your system? Ms. Nitu? Mr. Sahadevan, we have sent you a registration. Please check your email.
Okay.
Okay, next we will move to rounding. Now from here, you can round up, round down, normal rounding or no rounding. Now for an example, if you want to rounding, you can select rounding up or rounding down, and you can select or you can enter round to nearest decimal places. Okay, if you don't want to rounding, please select no rounding. Right. Next, before move to regional settings, we will activate our add-on modules. To activate your add-on modules, please go to administration, my profile. Earlier we discussed how to we discussed multi-currency module, then time tracking module, advanced inventory module, and debtors manager module. You can activate those modules from this administration, my profile. Okay, go to administration, my profile, and from here you can upgrade your system by clicking this upgrade. And you can add now for here, you can create, if you want, you can add more than one company. In that case, if you want to add additional company, you can enter one here. And system has 2 users. If you want to add more users, you can add one here. Now for an example, here you have 2 users and you want to add 2 users, you can add enter 2. Next, upgrade accounting document store. Now here you have 1 GB capacity in the system. If you want to increase, you can add here. Next, add-on modules, those module options. From here, if you want to upgrade, you can enter 1 for all and you can click next, and you can finish upgrading. Okay, please enter 1 for this time tracking, multi-currency, advanced inventory, and debtors manager, and click next and finish. Then your add-on modules will activate. Okay, you can activate your add-on modules, time tracking module, multi-currency, advanced inventory and debtors manager. Next, we will move to regional settings. Okay, next we will move to regional settings. Now from these regional settings, you can set your decimal places. You can set decimal places for quantity, value, and hours. Now for an example, when you are invoicing, when you select an item, you can see here 3 decimal places. Now these decimal places you can change from here. Okay, now if you want to add 3 decimal places your quantity. Now for an example, if you are selling vegetables, you may need to enter grams also. In that case, you can use 3 decimal places. Or if you are in a service industry, now for an example, if you are running a hotel, you don't want any decimal places, therefore you can enter 0 for here. Or sometimes if you want to use 2 decimal places, you can enter 2 decimal places here. Okay. Based on your company, you can decide how many decimal places you require, and you can enter that decimal places. Then when you are entering quantities, system will display that number of decimal places. Next, value decimal places. If you enter 2 here, system will display 2 decimal places for your values. Now here you can see 57 cents because there are 2 decimal places for value, because you have selected or you have entered 2 decimal places for value. And if you have activated the time tracking module, you can enter your time and go to customers time tracking. And here you can enter your timesheets. So if you have entered 2 hours decimal places, you can enter 2 decimal places for your timesheets. Next, currency symbol. Sometimes you may use LKR, or sometimes you may use rupees. So you can enter preferred currency symbol here. Then when you enter any transaction, system will display that currency. Okay, here you can see LKR. If you enter LKR, it will display LKR. If you enter rupees, it will display rupees. And when you are entering currency symbol, please don't enter any full stop or space after currency symbol. Please enter only rupees or LKR. Right, next, date format. From here, you can select these following 3 different date format. Then system will display your transaction date based on that format. Okay, here now we have selected DDMMYY, that is first date, next month, after that year. So here also system will display based on that date format. Okay, now you can enter these regional settings. Okay, after you enter regional settings, you can save. Right, after you enter regional settings, you can save this regional settings. Let's take a short break, 10-minute break. We will start by 10:20. After that, we will move to customer and supplier settings. If you have any questions, you can ask those questions, and you can clarify your issues in the break time also. Okay, next we will move to customer and supplier settings. Now you can set one when duplicate customer reference number used on customer invoices. Now you can enter your customer invoices. Okay, from here customers, transactions, customer tax invoices, and from tax invoices you can enter customer reference. This customer reference, sometimes you can enter your customer's purchase order number here, okay, or any other reference number here. Now if you tick on here when duplicate customer reference used on customer invoice, system will pop up a message, you have entered this reference number previously. Okay, if you want to get an alert, you can tick this option, or if you don't want to get an alert, you can untick this option. Next, when duplicate supplier invoice number used on supplier invoices, you can enter supplier invoices here. Go to suppliers, transactions, supplier invoices. Click add supplier invoice. From here, you can enter your supplier invoice number. Now, if you tick this option, when duplicate supplier invoice number used on supplier invoice, system will pop up a message, you have entered this supplier invoice number previously. Now, same supplier will not issue same number again. Therefore, it will be a you're entering error. So you can check that error and you can enter the correct supplier invoice number. Next, display inactive customers for selection when processing. Now you can create suppliers here. Go to customers list of suppliers, and here by clicking add a customer, you can create your customers. Okay, we will discuss when you are doing this customer module. And later, after you create customers, later you will found that customer is not paying properly, or it's not a profitable customer. In that case, you can inactivate this customer by unticking this active button. If it is active customer, it's tick. And if you want to inactive this customer, you can untick this option and you can save. Then this customer is a inactivated customer. You can view it from here, this customer line. It's no tick. Active customers, it's tick there. Inactivated customers, no tick. And this setting says display inactive customers for selection when processing. Now, if you tick this option, if you untick this option, our customer name is A01. We'll go to transactions and click add a tax invoice. From here, now here you can see A01 customer will not display because that customer is an inactivated customer. The setting says display inactive customers for when selection when processing. That means inactivated customers system will not display. Okay. If you want to display, you can tick. If you don't want to display inactivated customers, because inactivated means we are not going to invoice for that customer. Okay. So those customers will not display. Same way, you can create suppliers here. Go to list of suppliers. And by clicking add a supplier, you can create suppliers. And here also, you can active or inactivate your suppliers. Now, for an example, you will purchase from one supplier, but later you will find that custom suppliers prices is very high. So therefore, sorry, you will discontinue that supplier. After you discontinue, you can inactivate that supplier. And this setting says display inactive suppliers for selection when processing. Now, when you are entering supplier purchase orders, now this AA supplier is inactivated. Go to suppliers, transactions, supplier invoices. Now that AA supplier will not display because it's inactivated supplier, and system will not display inactivated suppliers for transactions. Okay, from these settings, you can save your time. Now, for an example, if you have several numbers of customers or suppliers, if you want to block some inactivated customers or suppliers, from here you can set that, and those suppliers or customers will not display in the drop down menu, so you can save your time. And also control purpose wise also, it's better inactivated customers or suppliers not displaying the when you are processing transaction. Next, display inactive customers for selection on reports. Now, you may inactive customers or suppliers, but if you want to view their transactions in the report, you can tick this option. If you untick this option, those customers transactions will not display in the reports. Okay. Next, use inclusive processing on customer supplier document by default. It says now, when you are invoicing, you can see here exclusive price available. Now, if you tick here, use inclusive price, system will display inclusive price. Now, if you are a VAT registered company or tax registered company, you have exclusive price, tax amount, and inclusive price. Now, if you want to include inclusive price, if you want to enter inclusive price, you can tick here. Then system will display the prices with tax amount. Okay, here also separately you can view exclusive price, tax price, total price. Here you can see, you select tax rate, 100, exclusive price is 100, tax amount, tax 8, total 108. And if you use inclusive amounts, here system will display the amount with tax amount. Okay, again, if you untick this option, system will display exclusive amount, that is without tax amount. Next, use account as default document line type selection. Now, when you are invoicing, you can select item, account, or bundle. Bundle item we will discuss when you are discussing with item module. If you want to view account, you can tick this option. Then by default, system will display account. Now, if you select item as type, you can select your inventory items. If you select account as type, you can select your GL accounts. Okay, so if you are in trading business, you can default your item, or if you are in service industry, you can set account as your default type. Right, next we will move to item settings. From here, you can set your item settings. Okay, first one, warn when item quantities fall below 0. Okay, first one, warn when item quantities fall below 0. Now, when you are invoicing to your customers, sometimes that items not available in your stock. Okay, we'll select one customer here. Now you can invoice to your customers. Now you can see this first item, second item, quantity is not available. You can view item code, item description, reserved quantity, quantity on hand here. And here item is not available because reserved quantity and quantity on hand is 0. That is items not available. Now, if you select any item without stock, system will pop up a message. Processing this quantity will cause the quantity on hand for item fall below 0. Okay. Now, normally, you cannot invoice without inventory. So sometimes system will think this is a mistake. You have selected incorrect item. Therefore, system will pop up a message. This item doesn't have any quantity, or if you're invoicing for this item, it will fall below 0. So normally, if you are properly maintain your inventory, that quantities should not fall below 0. Therefore, system will pop up a message and you can check whether you have selected the correct item. Okay. Right. Now, first one, warn when item quantities fall below 0, then the system will pop up a message. Now, second option is do not allow item quantities fall below 0. Now we will save this one. We will refresh. All right. Okay, now you can see, again, open this item. Now here we have selected do not allow quantities fall below 0. We'll go to transactions. Add a tax invoice. Select customer and select item. This item has 0 quantity. Okay, now you can see processing this quantity will cause the quantity on hand for this item for fall below 0. You are not allowed to process below quantity on hand. So previously system will allow to enter transaction, but here if you select second option, system will not allow to process the transaction. Select again. Okay, you cannot select that item. Okay, from first settings, it will pop up a message, but you can continue the transaction. However, if you tick second option, system will not allow to process the transaction. Next, warn when item cost is below 0. Now, if you tick this option, when you are processing transaction, if that quantity has 0 cost, system will display message that cost has that item cost is 0. Next, display inactive item for selection on document line, like previously we did for this customer and supplier. You can inactive some items, and if you want to block that displaying that item in when you are processing the transaction, you can tick this option. And next one, display inactive items for selection on reports. If you tick this option, display inactive items, system will display those inactivated items in the report. Next, sales order reserve. If you tick this option, you can reserve quantities for sales orders. Next, display inactive item bundles for selection on document line. This also, you can create bundle items, and if you want to display, you can tick this option. And if you want to block that items for transaction, you can untick this option. Right. We'll quickly go through this bundle item. Now this bundle item you can use. Now for an example, if you are selling computers, that computer has CPU, speakers, mouse, keyboard, monitors. So you can set that quantities. Okay, now for an example, you can create a computer as a bundle item, and you can link system unit, 2 speakers, 1 mouse, 1 keyboard, 1 monitor. And when you are invoicing, you can change the type to bundle. And from here, you can select that computer. When you select the computer, system will automatically select other items, like CPU, speakers, mouse, keyboard. System will automatically select. So if you have any bundle items, you can create bundle items. Then without selecting each item at once, you can select your other components of that item. Right. Okay, like that, you can do item settings. Right. If you have any questions, you can ask. Is it clear? Okay, right. Next, we will move to price list. Okay. Now, for an example, sometimes you may sell items for different customers at a different rate. Now, for an example, for wholesale customers, you will sell little lower price, and retail customers, you will sell little higher price. Okay, for an example, if a particular item, if you are selling to retail customer at 150, and for wholesale customer, you will sell at 100. So you can maintain different price list. Okay, and from here you can create price list, and when you are invoicing for those customers, system will pick the relevant price. Okay, we will do some example. You'll go to customers, and you can view the price list. You can customize this grid by clicking this customize grid, and required columns you can add by ticking here. And if you want to remove any grid, you can untick this option, and you can save. Right now, you can see now this accounting software private limited has student price list, and advanced audio has retail price list. We'll go to one item. Now here price list. We'll change this student price list to 15,000 and retail price for 20,000. Okay, next save. Right. Now we will invoice. We'll create duplicate tab and we will go to transaction, customers, transaction, customer codes. Click add code. By clicking add code, we can create a new quotation. Now first we will select this accounting software private limited and we will select that item. Now price is 15,000. We will create another quotation. Go to customers, transactions, customer codes. Click add code. Select advanced audio. Select the item. Now here 20,000. Okay. Now first one it's 15,000 same item. Second time it's 20,000 because we have created different price lists, and when you are creating customers, you can link that price list. So if you link any price list, system will automatically get the relevant price list prices. Okay, now here for this customer, it's a retail price, student price list, and this customer it's retail price list. Student price is 15,000. Retail price is 20,000. Because of that, system will pick the correct prices. Right. So you can create different price list here, and you can link that price list to customers. And when you are creating items, you can set the relevant prices. And when you are invoicing or when you enter quotation, system will pick the correct prices. So you don't want to check for this customer which price, this customer which price. So system automatically take the correct prices. Right now you can create a few price lists by clicking this green color plus mark. You can create price list, and if you want to rename the price list, you can click here and you can enter the price list. Okay, you can create a retail price or sale price and you can save. Okay, please create 2 price lists and save. If you have any questions, please ask.
So what is default price list?
Yeah, default price list is a system automatically create a price list, and if you want, you can rename this one, or you can create a new price list. Default price list also it's a kind of price list.
Okay.
Okay, next we will move to time tracking settings. Now here also, you can set a lockdown date. If you set a lockdown date for time tracking module, you cannot enter timesheet prior to this period. And also here display inactive projects for selection on documents. You can create projects and tasks here. And if you have any inactivated projects, system will not display if you untick this option. Okay, now we will do these settings, and when we are doing these modules also, if it is any relevant settings available, we will discuss this one. Okay, so now when you are doing first time, sometimes you may not get it at the first time, but when you are doing the transaction also, we will again discuss this company settings, then you can get a proper idea about this setting. Okay, next, outstanding balances. Now by default, this is monthly tick available, and if you tick monthly, when you are calculating your outstanding invoices, system will calculate after that end of month. Now for an example, you may invoice on 1st of assume 15th of November, and you are generating your outstanding report as at 30th November. So if you tick monthly, system will calculate outstanding number of days from 30th, end of that month. Okay? And if you untick this option, system will calculate outstanding invoice days from the actual number of days. Now, if you have invoice on 15th November, if you tick this option, for in the 12th December, 4th December, system will display only 4 days outstanding. But if you untick this option, system will display 19 days outstanding. Okay, and also the aging option, there are two options: invoice date, due date. When you are creating customers, you can add a credit period. Okay, you can add a credit period. So from this option, run aging based on invoice date, then system will calculate the actual outstanding days. And if you select due date, now due date is for an example, if you enter 30 days, now if you invoice on 1st of November, that customer has 30 days outstanding, so due date is 30th November. And if you generate the report on 4th December, if you have select due date, system will display only 4 days outstanding. But if you select invoice dates, it's display 34 days outstanding. Okay, now basically if you select due date, system will calculate the outstanding days including that credit period. If you select invoice date, system will calculate the actual number of days. Right. Next, personal information. From here, you can select how many years you want to keep this customer and supplier details. Actually, it's due to Data Protection Act. You can keep any number of years, and after you select these years, you need to enter reason why you are keeping this data. Actually, this is due to Data Protection Act. You can enter any reason for audit purposes or any statutory information. You can keep any reason, and you can select retention period. Okay, now you can select retention period and enter reason why you are keeping this data. Okay, now we have completed company details and general settings. Next, we will move to tax settings. Okay, now in your system, it will display VAT settings. You may be a tax registered company or VAT registered company, or sometimes you are not a VAT registered company. If you are not registered for VAT, you can select no VAT here. Then no tax rate will display. And if you are a VAT registered company, you can select this invoice based VAT. Then you can view the tax rate. First, you need to enter your VAT number. Then you can enter last VAT period end date and last VAT submission due date. And you can enter VAT reporting frequency. Sometimes you are submitting monthly or sometimes quarterly. That frequency you can enter here. Next, offset credits on sales and purchases, you can tick here. Then system will calculate the next net tax amount. Okay. After you enter these details, you can create your tax rates under VAT types. Okay. By clicking this plus, by default, there are many tax rates. You can change that tax rate to 8%, or you can create a new tax rate by clicking this plus mark. Okay. By clicking this green color plus mark, you can enter your VAT rate. After that, you can enter tax rate. Now, currently in Sri Lanka, VAT rate is 8%. So you can enter at 8%, and here under percentage, you can enter 8%. Okay, and you can tick this default tax rate, tick to that 8%. Then when you are creating any transaction, system will display that default tax rate. Okay, And there are, by default, there are many tax rate. If you want to remove those tax rate, by clicking this delete line, red color button, you can delete those tax rate, and you can save. Okay, you can create tax rate by clicking this green color plus mark, enter VAT name, that tax name, and enter the amount, enter the tax percentage. Okay, I'll repeat it again. If you are you can use the system for tax types, and if your company is not VAT registered company, you can select no VAT. Then system will not display any tax rate. And if you are a tax registered company or VAT registered company, you can select this invoice base, and then system will display tax rate. From here, you can create tax rate. You can enter the tax name, and you can enter the tax rate. And for current VAT rate is 8%, therefore you can tick this under default tax rate. Right, after that you can save. Okay, is it clear?
So what is payment based?
Is which payment base means now you can calculate VAT from invoice based or payment based. Invoice based means when you are invoicing to the customer, and if you select payment based is when you are received the cash from your customer, that is payment based. Okay, invoice based means now for an example, you are invoicing 1st of November to your customer, so system will calculate the tax on the 1st of November. Now if you select this payment base, now your customer will pay on 30th September for that 1st of November invoice. So when you are receiving on 30th November, no, so therefore system will calculate VAT on that based on the payment date.
According to the Sri Lankan tax, VAT, sir, SVAT is also there. That is not deducted from the invoice. Only showing it in the invoice only. That type of things.
Yeah, you can create a different tax rate for SVAT. At 8%, and rate should be 0, and you can select that tax rate when you are entering the transaction. And now we are not charging from the customer, no, so we want to only display the tax amount in the invoice. So yeah, we can you can display design your invoice layouts. So when you are designing layout, you can mention the just a calculation in the that invoice. Okay, there's no any collection from the customer. You can just mention that, or you can display that SVAT amount in the invoice layout.
Okay.
Okay, we can discuss when we are designing the layout, that option. So if you are a SVAT registered company, you can create a new tax rate for SVAT 8%, and VAT rate should be 0. And when you are designing the invoice layout, you can mention your SVAT amount in the invoice. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Next, we will move to document and statement. First, statement messages. Now, you can generate your customer statements from here system. Okay, now you can see this customer has 120 days outstanding. Now, you can display these messages based on your customer outstanding. Now, if it is a current, if that customer has less than 30 days, you can mention 30. Then if it is 30 days outstanding, you can mention please settle within due date. And if it is 60 days outstanding, you can mention settle as soon as possible. And 90 days outstanding, please settle immediately. Now, in this customer has 120 days plus outstanding. Therefore, system will display please settle immediately. Okay, please settle immediately because we have set that message here. So based on your customer outstanding number of days, system will display message under this outstanding period. Now you can enter any message based on according to your requirement, and it will display in your customer statement. You can enter please settle immediately, please settle as soon as possible. So those messages you can set here, and based on customer outstanding number of days, system will display that message in the customer statement. Right. Next, document numbers. Now, you may implement the system for new company or old company. And if you are implementing the system for new company, you can use or you can enter new document numbers. Now, for an example, for invoices, you can use INV001. Like that, you can set invoice numbers here. Now, when you are creating any transaction, you can see this document number. Those document numbers pick from here. Okay. Now you can see the document number. You cannot see here when you are entering transaction, but you can set these document numbers from document numbers section. So if you enter any number here, when you are entering that transaction, system will take this number, and after that it will continue. Now, for an example, if you enter INV001 for your invoice, so when you are entering first customer invoice, it will display INV001. Then second time when you are invoicing, it will display INV001. So before start any transactions, you can set the numbers here. After that, system will continue that serial number. Now, for an example, if you enter for QUO001 for quotation, when you enter quotation, it will display QUO001, and next time when you are entering quotation, it will display QUO002. Okay, so if you are implementing for new company, you can set these numbers, or sometimes you may implement the system for all company. Now, previous system, your last number is INV 1000. So in this system also, you want to continue that serial number, you can enter INV 1001 as your new document number. So system will allocate this number to your next invoice, and after that it will continue 1002, 1003, like that it will continue. Okay, so this document number you can set from document and statements, and document numbers from here you can set the number. Okay, so it's better if you enter transaction, set these document numbers. Okay, you can set document numbers for quotation, sales order, customer invoice, credit note, receipt, recurring invoice, customer adjustment. For these transactions, you can set your document numbers. Right. Next, you will move to document description. Now you can print transactions from here. We'll enter credit note. All right, we can print the credit note. All right, here it's mentioned credit note. Original name is credit note. It will display here. Now again, we will print this credit note and print now you can see it display copy credit note. Okay, first time when you are printing it's credit note. Now second time when you are printing it's copy credit note, because now original name. First time when you are printing it's this name will display, and if you are printing more than one time, system will display this name. Now for an example, if you want to mention copy tax invoice when you are printing second time, you can set here as copy. Then when you are printing any tax invoice or invoice more than one time, system will display copy tax invoice. Okay, now here you can see first time when you are printing it's credit note. If you are printing more than one time, it will display copy credit note. So as a control purpose, you can, if you want, you can mention copy when you are printing transactions. Okay, because now if your customer, if sometimes your users may issue the same tax invoice and collecting money from your customers, and if you mention as a copy, they cannot do that. So therefore, as a control purpose, if you want, you can mention copy if your users print your tax invoices or invoices more than one time. Right. Next, customer document messages. Now here when you are creating your transactions, you can display a default message. That default message you can set from here. Now here quotation, validity period 30 days. You can mention here that when you are entering quotation, system will display validity period 30 days as a default message. Like that, you can set default messages from here. Now for an example, if you want to mention your bank details for customer invoices, you can mention here. And when you are entering any customer invoice, system will display that bank details as a default message. Right, now you can see here bank details available here because we have entered that details here. like that. For following transactions, you can set default messages. Now, when you are entering supplier purchase orders, if you want, you can set please deliver to this address, and you can mention any address here. And also, when you are entering transaction time also, if you want, you can change these details. To time saving, it will display as a default message, but when you are processing the transaction time also, you can change these details. Right. Next, supply document messages. For following documents, purchase orders, supply invoices, you can set default messages. Okay, next we will move to invoice and statement layouts. Now from here, you can create or you can design customer documents, that invoice layout, then quotation layout you can design. I'll show you some examples. Now here we have few layouts. When you are printing, you can design these layouts. You can add your company logo, contact details, item details, and then bank details. These things you can include, and you can download this layout designer by clicking this clicking here blue color button, and you can design your layouts yourself. Okay, by default also there are few layouts, these layouts available, but if you want to design yourself, you can download that layout designer by clicking this blue color clicking here button. Okay, after that, you will redirect to this screen. Click more and click add-on modules. You can download this accounting custom layout designer for Windows. Okay, I'll repeat it again. Now system has default layouts, and if you want to design layouts from yourself, now like this, if you want to design, you can click this by clicking here button. Then you will redirect to this screen. From here you can select more and click add-on modules. And here, the last one, accounting custom layout designer for Windows. You can download this custom layout designer. Okay, after you download that, it will display like this. Custom layout designer. So you can log into that custom layout designer by entering your email and password. Okay, after you download, you will see this icon, accounting custom layout designer. And by clicking that, double click that icon, you can log into the system by entering your email address, registered email address and password, and you can design your layouts. Okay, we will discuss that accounting layout designer after we enter transactions. Right now, we have completed document up to document and statements. Next, we will move to master file creation. Okay, first we will create a few customer, supplier, item, and GL account. And when we are doing the each module, we will discuss in detail that how to create master file. Okay, for this is first day, so sometimes you want to practice how to create customers or how to create transactions. Therefore, we will create a few customer, supplier, inventory, item, and GL accounts. Okay, first we will create customer. Go to customers, click add a customer. From here, you can create customer name and you can save. Okay, entering customer name and you can save. And also, if you want to add additional details, you can add. Now, for an example, you can add customer name. And if you want to add a category, now for an example, if you want to categorize your customers as retail customers or wholesale customers, or you want to group your customers by area wise, Colombo customers, candy customers, gold customers, like that, you can create that customer categories. Okay, from here, you can enter customer category name and you can save. Next, now if you are implementing the system for all company, sometimes that customer has opening balance. If that customer has opening balance, you can enter opening balance, or without opening balance also, you can create your customer. And if you are giving any credit limit for that customer, you can enter that credit limit. Now, for an example, if you are giving 50,000, you can enter that 50,000. Next, you can enter customer VAT number. And if you want to assign any sales rep for this customer, you can create sales rep. You can select sales rep, or you can create sales rep from here. And you can enter customer postal address, delivery address, contact details, and you can save. Okay. And also one important thing, if you are not entering an email address, please select this distribution method as print or none. Okay. If you're not entering any email address here, please select print or none as statement distribution method. Okay, now you can create a customer. You can enter customer name, postal address, delivery address, and contact details, and you can save your customer. Please create a customer for practice. Right. Okay. You can create customers like that. And also, in addition to that, if you want to add any discount, default discount, or if you want to add price list, you can select tax type here. And if you are giving any credit period, you can enter that credit period here. And if you have activated multi-currency module, you can select that customer's currency. After that, you can save the customer. And after you save the customers, you can go to list of customers. And from here, you can view your customer list. Right. Next, we will create a supplier. Go to suppliers, click add a supplier. You can enter supplier name. And you can save. In addition to that, if you want to add any custom supplier group or supplier credit limit, tax number, then supplier postal address, delivery address, contact details, you can enter here. And under default settings, you can select suppliers tax rate. If supplier giving discount, you can enter discount percentage. And if supplier giving credit period, you can enter the credit period, and you can select the supplier's currency. Okay. After that, you can save. Okay. Now you can create a supplier. Please create a supplier by entering these details. Okay, now you have created supplier. After you create suppliers, you can go to suppliers list of suppliers, and you can view your supplier list. Okay, go to suppliers list of suppliers. Right. Next, we will create an item. Go to items, add an item. You can enter item code, and you can enter item name. After that, you can enter selling prices, and you can save. Okay, if you want, you can select tax rates and unit of measure. Now, if you select tax rate, when you are entering exclusive amount, system will calculate the inclusive amount. Or if you enter inclusive amount, system will calculate the exclusive amount based on the tax rate. Right, after that, you can save and you can create the item. Right. When you are creating items, you can create two types of items, physical item or service item. If you select, if you have any physical items, you can create physical item. And if you are providing any services, you can create service item. And also, if you select service item, this opening quantity and opening quantity as a date will not display. If you select physical, system will display opening quantity and opening quantity asset. And if you select service, system will not display opening quantity and opening quantity asset boxes. If you want to create any service item, you can select this option. Okay, now you can create physical item and service item.
So in hotel sector, physical items also there, service also there. Then in that case, both has to be selected.
No, when you are, yeah, you can create both physical and service. Now, if you want to create physical item, you can enter code. Now, for an example, if you breakfast or any drink, you can create that item code, and physical, you can select physical and you can save. After that, now for an example, if you want to create any service item, you can go to again add an item. And you can enter code and description. You can select service and you can create the service item. Okay, one time you can select only either physical or service, one type only.
But invoicing both will come, no?
Yeah, yes. Now, after you create items, you can view that list. So those items, for those items, you can invoice. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, after you create items, you can go to items, list of items, and from here you can view your item list. And also these grids you can customize by clicking this setting button and select customize grid. And if you want to view item type, these field by ticking tick and save, you can view those fields. Now, if you have service item or physical item, you can check from here. Right. Okay. Now 11:40. We will wind off for today. Before wind off, I'll quickly go through today's session. You can set your company settings from company, change company settings, and you can enter your company details. Under company details, you can enter company name, telephone number, addresses. Then you can enter statutory information. You can enable your customers on. Then you can create financial years, regional settings. From here, you can enter decimal places, currency, then customer and supplier settings, item settings. From here, you can create price list, time tracking settings, outstanding balances, personal information. And from VAT settings, you can create tax rates. And from document and statements, you can create document numbers, or you can set document numbers. Next, we have created customer, supply, and inventory items. You can create customers from customers and click add customer. Enter customer details and save. Next, suppliers. You can go to suppliers, click add a supplier, and you can enter supplier details and save. Next, items. Go to items, click add item, add an item, and you can enter item details and you can save. After that, you can view that list. You can view customer list from here, list of customers. And you can customize this grid by clicking this settings button and click customize grid. And you can tick required columns. If you want to remove any column, you can untick. And also by clicking these headings, you can sort ascending or descending order. Like that, you can create customers, suppliers, and inventory items. Okay, is it clear? How about today's session?
Yes, sir, it's okay.
All right, okay, thank you very much. So please practice these settings, and please create few customers, suppliers, and items, and you can practice. So next week, we will start from change company setting and branding. Okay, thank you very much for your participation, and if you have any questions, please ask in the next session. Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At last session, we have started this course, and main outcome should be, if you are a student, you can get qualification, professional qualification for joining a job. Or if you are working, if you are a professional, you can get more knowledge about accounting software, and you can get promotions from mastering this software. And also, if you are a freelancer, or if you need any extra income, you can practice as a implementation consultant and get extra income by implementing this system. Okay. And also, if you are a professional or business owner, you can analyze your company performance from these management reports. Okay, right. Last session we have completed up to document and statements. You can, I'll quickly go through last session. You can change your company settings from company, change company settings, and you can enter your company details. You can enable your customers on. Customers on is it's an additional feature. So when you are creating invoices, customer receipts, or quotations, you can directly email those documents to your customers, and customers also can view their documents such as invoices, quotations, receipts, they are outstanding online. So if you enable this customers on, customers also can view their account history without login to system, and from this customers on. Next, general settings. From here, you can set your financial years, and you can set lockdown date. If you set a lockdown date, your users cannot enter transactions prior to this period. Next, rounding, regional settings. From here, you can add decimal places, currency symbol, and date format. Next, customer and supplier settings. From here, you can set your customers and supplier settings. You can get alert when customers, their credit limit increases, or if you are inactivated customers or suppliers, if you want to display those customers or suppliers in processing when transaction, or displaying the reports like that, you can do settings from this section. Next, item settings. From here, you can set your item settings, and if your quantities fall below 0, you can block, or you can get an alert. Or if you want to get an message when the item selling price is below cost, those details you can set from here. In addition to that, here you can set price list. Now, for an example, if you are selling your items for different prices for different customers, you can create price list. By clicking this plus mark, you can create price list. After that, you can link that price list to the customer. So when you are invoicing to the customer, automatically that relevant prices will display in the invoices. Next, time tracking setting. This is add-on module. You can activate this add-on module from My Profile. Go to My Profile and you can activate this time tracking module. Next, outstanding balances. You can generate outstanding report based on invoice date or due date. Due date is after considering that customer's credit period. Next, personal information. Tax settings. You can add your tax rate. If you are a VAT registered company, you can add your tax rates. Next, document and statements. From here, you can set document messages or statement messages. From document numbers section, you can set your document numbers. You can set numbers for quotations, invoices, purchase orders. For these documents, you can set numbers. document description from here. Now, when you are printing more than one time, this copy name will display in this document. For an example, if you print credit note in first time, it will display as credit note. But if you are printing more than once, it will display copy credit note. Next, customer document messages. You can add these document messages to your documents, such as quotations, sales orders, customer invoices. For those documents, you can display these messages. This is the document messages, invoice and statement layouts. From here, you can select your layouts, and you can download that layout designer. Last session we have discussed that, and we will later discuss how to design your layouts. Okay, today we will start from branding. Now, in your company there may be logos. Okay, so you can attach your company logo from this branding. Okay, you can select branding, company logo, select choose file. From here you can select your file, and you can attach that file. After that, you can positioning your company logo in your documents. Now here you can set top left, top right if you want to display, or if you don't want to display your company logo, you can select none. Okay. Now here I have set top left. From here you can preview. Now you can see top left, this company logo will display. And there are another two options, logo on invoices and statement emails. Now, if you tick this option, your logo will display on invoices and statement emails. Now, when you are sending emails, that logo will display if you tick this option. And also, if you tick this option, second option, logo on customer zone, then in your customer zone also, this logo will display. Okay, right. Now you can practice how to add your company logo. After you set your company logo, you can preview and check. Now here, top right, you can view top right. Okay, next we will move to user-defined fields. Now, when you are creating customers or suppliers, inventory item, your fixed asset, and when you are enter transactions, there are some fields you can enter your details. Now, for an example, when you are creating a customer, you can add customer name, customer contact details, telephone numbers, those details. However, if you want to add more details, now in addition to these details, customer name, category, address, you can use this user defined fields. Okay, now here you can add these details. In addition to that, if you want to add more details, you can use this user defined fields. You can see there's a tab user defined fields. From here you can add that additional details. Now, for an example, if you want to add the customer's birthday, you can add customer birthday here. And if you have any agreements with customers, you can add agreement start date, agreement end date, or if you want to add agreement values, you can add those details. So initially, you can see in your system, there are text values, numeric values, decimal values, and date values. So under text values, you can see text field 1, text field 2, text field 3, and under numeric values, you can see numeric field 1, numeric field 2, numeric field 3. Right. Now, you from these settings, you can change these label names. Okay. Now, here I have under numeric values, I have changed this numeric field 1 to agreement number. So that changes you can done from here. Okay, now here I have changed this number user field 1 to agreement number. Therefore, when you are creating customers, you can see under numeric value agreement number. And also this is under date values, date user field 3, I have changed to birthday. Therefore, under date values, when you are creating customers, you can see this birthday. Okay, like that you can change these labels, and you can use these boxes for add additional information. Same way, when you are creating suppliers, you can change that supplier user defined fields. Okay, here you can create suppliers and you can enter these details: supplier names, group, contact name, email. So in addition to that, if you want to add more details, you can use this user defined fields. Okay, so these labels you can change from company settings under user defined fields. You can select supplier and you can change these label names. Next, item. You can create items. And if you want to add additional details, you can go to user defined fields tab and you can enter those details. And if you want to change these label names, you can change from here. Next, assets. And you can maintain your fixed asset from the system. Under company assets, you can create fixed assets. This is user defined fields. Now you can change these labels from this user defined fields. Now, for an example, if you want to add if you have motor vehicles, you can enter insurance expiry date, license expiry date, those details or those date values you can add from here, and you can change these label names from user defined fields. Like that, you can add additional details for customers, suppliers, items, and assets. Next, document and transactions. Now, when you are into transactions, we will enter customer quotation. Now, when you enter customer quotation, you can go to customers, transactions, customer quotes. After that, you can click add quote. From here, you can select customer name and items, and you can enter pricing. And if you go to these options, you can use this show user defined field. And if you want to add additional details, you can use this user defined fields. And if you want to change these label names, you can change from here. Okay. Now here you can add user defined fields for customer quotations, customer sales orders, customer tax invoice, customer credit note, supplier purchase order, supplier invoice, supplier returns, and for banking transaction and journal entries. Okay, so you can rename these labels from these user defined fields under document and transactions. Okay, right now you can go to your user defined fields, and you can change these field names, and you can check it's correctly appear in your screen. Okay, you can change this customer user defined fields, supplier user defined fields, and go to supplier creation and customer creation, and whether it's correctly display new label names. Okay, like that, you can add user-defined fields and you can change your user-defined fields names. Next, we will move to email signatures. Now, when you are creating your invoices, quotations, or purchase orders, you can directly email those documents to your customers or suppliers. Now we will enter one purchase order, go to suppliers. So we will create a tax invoice, transactions, customer tax invoice. And we will email this document to a customer. They have invoice. Go to actions and email. Now you can see this subject automatically come the invoice number, then message. These messages will display automatically. So you can set this message or email message from this email signature. Okay. Now we are in a tax invoice. You can preview this tax invoice signature, email signature. You can design this email signature by inserting these placeholders. Right now, here you can see tax invoice. It's in words, and under brackets, in brackets, it's display invoice number. Next, in this email body, it's display. It's in wordings. It's there. After that, contact name. Next, please find attached invoice. Then in brackets, invoice number for invoice total. Okay, like that, you can set or you can design your email message. Okay, we will discuss how to add email signature. You can go to email signatures, select this email signature, and click add signature. Okay, after that, you need to enter email signature name. Now we will add SPCA 001 as email signature. Next, you need to select which document you are designing email signature. From this type, you can select tax invoice. We are creating email signature for tax invoice. Therefore, you can select tax invoice. Next, default option. Now, if you tick this default tick box, when you are sending emails, this email signature will display as default email signature. If you want to make this default, you can tick this option, or else you can untick. Next, placeholder. From here, you can use these placeholders, and you can design your email signature. Now we'll add subject with tax invoice and dash. After that, now if you want to display your tax invoice number under subject, you can select this invoice number. Okay, Then when you are sending emails, this relevant tax invoice number will display in the email signature. Now here you can see we haven't entered this number, but it's automatically taken from this system. Okay, we will now take first invoice. Now you can see invoice number available, here, and amount will display here. Right. Next, you can add email body. You can mention dear, and if you have entered customer contact details, now here we go to customer details. You can open this customer name. Now here we have entered contact name. Therefore, it will display this contact name. And if you want to add contact name from this insert placeholder, you can select the contact name. Right? Then for all emails, it will select the that customer's contact person name. Like that, you can add placeholders, and if you want to add invoice total, you can add invoice total, then due date. Like that, from here you can design your email signature. And finally, if you want to add your name, your company name, then you can add this username and company name. Right. Like that, you can design your email signature and you can save. And also, if you want to make that email signature as default, you can select from here. Right. For each of these documents, you can create your email signatures: quotations, tax invoices, credit note, recurring invoices, customer statement run, sales orders. You can design your email signatures. Okay. Right. Now you can practice how to design email signature. Go to company, change company settings, email signature, click add signature, enter signature name, select the type. If you are creating a signature for tax invoice, you can select tax invoice. And from placeholders, you can select values. And from here, you can design your email signature. After that, you can save the signature. Okay. Right now, please create an email signature for tax invoice. Okay, like that, you can create your email signatures. After you create your email signatures, you can select that email signature, and when you are processing transactions, you can view that email signature. Okay, next we will move to multi-currency. Now, this is an add-on module. You can activate this module from administration, my profile, click upgrade. Under multi-currency, you can enter one and click next and finish. Then your multi-currency module will activate. After you activate your multi-currency, you can create your currencies. Right. After you activated your multi-currency, this screen will display. And if you want to activate your multi-currency, you can tick this enable multi-currency and you can select your home currency. Now, if you are working for Sri Lankan company, you can select Sri Lanka rupees as your home currency. And if you are working for different company, or if you are creating this system for different currency or different for country, you can select that relevant currency as a home currency. Now, for an example, if you are implementing this system for US company, you can select your United States dollars as your home currency. If you are implementing this system for Australian company, you can select Australian dollars as your home currency. And one important thing, after you select this home currency and save, you cannot change the home currency. Therefore, before you save, please check carefully you have select correct home currency. Okay, after that you can save. Then your home currency will add to the system. Next, you can add your other currencies. Now, for an example, if you want to add currency, you can by clicking this add currency, and you can select that you can select the currency from here. Okay, and it will display that currency rate for one Sri Lankan rupees, how many that foreign currency, and for one LKR, how many that foreign currency. Those exchange rate will display here. After that, you can click add. Then those currencies will display here, and this exchange rate automatically update and from European Central Bank rates. If you want to manually enter that exchange rate by clicking this edit, you can select this new custom exchange rate, and you can select date and enter your currency rate. Okay, after that you can click upgrade, then that rate will update. Right now here, Australian dollar, it's display 145. If you want to change to 150, you can select edit, select new custom exchange rate, and here you can enter 150 and update. Now when you are enter transactions for that customer, it will display this 150. Okay. This date range, it will 150. Right. Now you can activate your multi-currency module. After that, please create home currency and create few foreign currencies. Okay, and if you want to remove any currency by clicking this delete button, you can delete that currency. Right. Now you can create you can activate multi-currency. After that, create your home currency and create few foreign currencies. Okay, like that, you can create your home currency and you can view exchange rate. Now this exchange rate will display here for this date. If you want to view a different date, you can select the date and you can view the exchange rate. Now I have select 1st of December. So 1st of December rates will display here. And also if you have created any foreign currency and if you want to delete those currency by clicking this red color button, you can delete that exchange rate. Now we have completed main company settings, and next we can move to each module. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask.
So how about creating add-ons? Now, earlier versions we had macro facilities to create add-ons. So after recording a particular macro, and then we can get the coding, and by filling up each property, you can populate maybe the particular entries. But this is not the desktop version, or this is the web version. So
Yeah.
how you are going to let's say additional add-ons you can develop? Is it
Add-ons means for
maybe any
non-modules. Yeah. Actually, there's a API. From that API, you can link that add-ons to the system.
Then what about the database now? Where these data is getting stored now? Earlier it was something like SQL server.
In your server, yeah. Now it's normally cloud accounting softwares that service provider stores databases. Now here that Sage databases, it will store data, and by linking API, you can connect your add-on softwares to the system.
Is it accessible?
Yeah, it's accessible. Actually, first you need to get the permission from that Sage. After that, you can link your add-ons. Okay. Right. Next, we will move to supplier module. First, we will complete supplier module. Then we will move to customer module. Right. Now, last session we have completed how to create a supplier. Today also we will go through how to create supplier. If you want to create supplier, go to suppliers and click add a supplier. First, you need to enter supplier name. Okay, from here you can enter your supplier name, and if you have any supplier categories. Now, for an example, item wise or region wise, or if you have any customer supplier groups, you can create your supplier groups from here. Now, for an example, if you are purchasing any particular software, you want to group those suppliers as software, you can select or you can create your category. By clicking this add new category, you can create new supplier category. Okay. And also, if you are purchasing from foreign suppliers and country wise you want to maintain categories, you can create that country. And by clicking this add new category, you can enter country and save. Then you can select that category. Next, opening balance. Now, if you are implementing the system for all company, there may be opening balances. Okay. For that customer, a supplier has opening balances. If you have opening balances, you can enter that opening balance here. and opening balance as a date, you can select the date you are going to implement the system. Now, for an example, if you are implementing the system from 1st of December, you can select opening balance as a date as 30th November. Okay, 1 day prior to implementation date. Okay. Right. Next, active. Now, if you tick this active tick box, this supply is active, and if you untick, this supply is inactivated. Now, for an example, you have some suppliers, and later you found that suppliers prices is high, and you want to discontinue that supplier. In that case, by unticking this active tick box, you can inactivate that supplier. Okay. Next, credit limit. If your supplier giving credit limit, you can enter that credit limit here. And also, if you enter any credit limit, if you are exceeding that credit limit, system will pop up a message. Under tax reference, you can enter that supplier's tax number. Next, auto allocate payments to oldest invoice. Now, here you can enter supplier invoices, and also you can enter supplier payments. Now, if you have, I'll show you one example. Now, if you you select one supplier, now this supplier, we have ticked this auto allocate payments to oldest invoice. We'll go to enter supplier payment. Okay, we will use a different customer supplier. Now we have selected PW Holdings. Right. Now you can see when you enter amount, this will automatically allocate oldest invoices. Now you can see invoice dates. Enter 500,000. Now the system will automatically allocate this payment amount to oldest invoices. Okay. If you tick this option, auto allocate payments to oldest invoices, when you enter supplier payment, system will automatically allocate that payment to oldest invoices. Here we will do it again. We will enter 600,000 or 700,000. Now you can see system automatically allocated to oldest invoices. And if you want to allocate your outstanding for oldest invoices, you can tick this option. If you want to manually select and update, select payment invoices, you can untick this option. Okay, if you want to automatically allocate invoices, you can tick this option. Or if you want to manually select invoices, you can untick this option. Now, for an example, you are paying you want to select selecting and settle invoices. In that case, you can untick this option and you can select which invoices you are going to pay by manually. Then you can select these invoices and you can do the payment. If you tick this option, system will automatically allocate it to oldest invoices. Now, for an example, when you are paying your electricity bills, telephone bills, those service providers, for an example, if you are paying telephone bill for SLT, SLT will automatically allocate it to oldest invoice. Now, for an example, if your previous month bill amount is 2,000 and current month 1,000, now you are paying 1,000 rupees, it will automatically allocate it to previous month, not for this month. So like that, if you want to allocate your payments to oldest invoices, you can tick this option. Right. Next, customer details. You can enter customer postal, supplier postal address, supplier physical address. Here you can type your supplier postal address and physical address. And if you want to add, if you want to copy postal address to the physical address, you can click this copy from postal address, then it will copy to physical address. Furthermore, if you want to view from the map, you can view from the map, and we'll add here. You can copy and you can, from the map, you can view the location. Right. Next, you can enter customer supplier contact details, supplier name, email address, telephone number, mobile number, fax number. And if you have any Skype, you can directly dial to these numbers. And by clicking this email, you can directly email to this supplier and you can log into their website. Like that, by clicking these links, you can call or you can send emails or you can log into their website. Next, you can enter supplier business registration number and VAT status certified dates. Those details you can add here. Right. Next, default settings. From these default settings, you can add supplier default discount rate, default tax rate, and credit period and supplier currency. Okay. Now, if your supplier is regularly giving discount for you, you can add that discount rate. And when you are entering transaction, go to suppliers, transactions, supplier invoices. You can see this default discount rate will display here. Next, if your supplier is a tax registered company, you can select the tax rate, then relevant taxes will apply here. Okay. That 8% will display here. Next, due date for payment. If you enter any number of days for credit as a credit period. When you are invoicing or when you enter supply invoice, system will automatically calculate the number of days. Next, currency. You check supply list and you will find a foreign supplier. Right now, this is a foreign supplier. Okay, now this is AED. So when you select the supplier, system will display that supplier's currency and exchange rate, and also supplier's balance will display in supplier's currency, and credit limit will display in supplier's currency. Right. Those default details you can set from here, and also when you are processing transactions, you can change these details. Okay, now for an example, if you add 25% discount rate, it will display when you are into transaction. However, if you want to change, you can change when you are processing the transaction. And also credit limit, you can change. And tax rates, you can change. Okay, for easiness, you can set these default details, and when you are processing the transaction, these details will display in the screen. Okay, like that, you can enter postal address, physical address, contact details, and default settings. After that, activity. Now, when you are new customers, this activity will not display. We'll open supply with transactions. Now you can see if you select this activity tab, you can view supplier opening balance, supplier adjustments, supplier invoices, supplier returns, supplier payments, and supplier balance. And also, if you want to view details, now for an example, you can see this detail link available. So if you click this link, you can view that supplier details. Supplier invoice details you can view. Like that, you can view this activity, and this activity tab details will automatically fill from the system. Next, additional contacts. Now, if you have enter any contact details here, and if you want to add additional contacts, you can add from here. You can enter supplier contact name, designation, telephone number, fax number, mobile number, email. And if you want to add more, by clicking this plus mark, you can add. And if you want to remove, by clicking this delete button, you can delete that additional contacts. Next, banking details. You can add banking details here. Supply bank details, you can add here. Account name, account number, bank name, branch code, and account type, you can select from here. Right. Next, notes. Now, from here, you can add any note for this supplier. Now, for an example, if you want to add any meeting with this supplier, you can select into date and action date. Now, for an example, 14th, you want to arrange a meeting with this supplier. You can add note here. After that, you can save. Then this notification will display in your dashboard. Under to-do list, here you can view supplier notes, right? So these notes you can add here, and in the action date it will display in the dashboard. And also you can attach documents here. Now for an example, if you have agreement with your suppliers, you can attach those documents. You can attach documents up to 2 MB, and you can attach up to 5 maximum attachments. Okay. Next, user-defined fields. From here, you can add user-defined fields, or you can add values for your user-defined fields. Next, personal information. Here, if you want to extend this information, you can select the date. This is only for Data Protection Act. There's no impact on the system. All your data saved in system. This is only due to Data Protection Act. Okay. Next, purchasers graph. From here, you can view that suppliers purchases. You can compare last year and this year. From here, you can change your settings. Next, purchase orders. You can view purchase order number, document date, and purchase value. In unpaid invoices, you can view that unpaid invoice date, document number, amount. Next, report layout. Now for an example, if you have different purchase order format, you can select correct purchase order format from here. Its system has few default purchase orders, and if you want to design yourself, you can design from this report layout design. Okay. After you enter these details, you can save this supply. In these details, additional contacts, bank details, notes, user-defined fields you can enter. However, this activity and this purchase graph, purchase orders, unpaid invoices will fill from the system. Okay, right. Now you can create a supplier by entering all details. Go to suppliers and click add a supplier. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, like that, you can create your suppliers. After you create your suppliers, you can view your supplier list from this list of suppliers. Okay, go to suppliers, list of suppliers. Your created suppliers will display here. You can view supplier name, supplier category, supplier balance, supplier credit limit, contact name, email, active, their tax rate. Okay. And also you can customize this grid by clicking this customize grid button and select customize grid. The available columns will display here. If you tick this column, you can view that column, and if you untick this column, it will not display in this grid. After that, you can save these columns, and if you want to add user-defined fields, you can tick those fields and you can save. Then those columns will display here. And you can see some suppliers will display in the different currencies. So if you have foreign suppliers, those suppliers balances or credit limit will display in suppliers currency. Okay, balance and credit limit will display in suppliers currency. Furthermore, if you want to sort this grid by clicking these headings, you can sort. Now, for an example, if you want sort by name, you can click this heading and you can sort ascending or descending order. This is ascending order. If you click again, you can sort descending order. Like that, balance. Also, you can sort ascending or descending order. Now, from the CSV button, if you want to export to CSV file, you can export to CSV file. Okay, and from here, you can view this list of suppliers. Next, sorting. You can sort by multi-columns by clicking this A to Z. Okay, you can add levels from here. You can select column name. Like this. You can sort this grid. Next, you can filter. You can filter from suppliers I bought from today or this month. And also, if you want to search, you can type here and you can search. Next, from actions, you can quick view, edit, delete these suppliers. Or if you want to add purchase order, supply invoice or payment, you can add from here. Next, if you want to delete more than one supplier at once, you can select that supplier, those suppliers, and you can delete. Or if you want to inactive, you can select. Now here you can see these 4 suppliers. First one inactivated, other 3 active. If you want to inactive all, you can select those suppliers and untick this option and save. Then those suppliers inactivated. If you want to active again these suppliers, you can select those suppliers and tick and save. Then again activated. And if you want to update from this, you can update auto allocation. Now, for an example, when you are creating, you can select that auto allocate option. And if you want to change or if you want to update more than one supplier at once, you can select those suppliers and select update and select that auto allocate and save. Like that, more than one supplier, you can change these fields. That type. Now, for an example, if you want to change all suppliers VAT type, default VAT type, you can select those suppliers and select this VAT type from the update, and you can select the relevant tax rate. After that, you can save. Okay, like that, you can sort this supplier list. Okay, right now you can practice this list of supplier option. If you have created more than one supplier, you can sort by ascending or descending orders. And also you can update by selecting more than one supplier. And also if your supplier has a transaction, you cannot delete that that supplier. Okay. If your supplier has activity, you cannot delete that supplier. Okay, right now you can practice this list of suppliers. Okay, next we will move to supplier categories. You can create your supplier categories from suppliers list, supplier categories, and by clicking add category, you can add your supplier category. You can enter name and you can save. Here also you can sort ascending or descending order. And also you can create your supplier categories when you are creating suppliers. Okay, you can go to supplier and select this category, and by clicking this add new category, you can create your supplier category. Okay, now you can create a few supplier categories. Okay, right now we have created suppliers and supplier categories. Next, we will move to supplier transaction. First, we will enter supplier purchase orders. Okay, now sometimes you may enter purchase order and order goods, or directly you can enter the supplier invoice without purchase order. Now you can enter both ways, uh, or else you can first send purchase order, and after that supplier send goods, you can enter the supplier invoice. Okay, right now we will start from purchase orders. You can go to suppliers transactions and supplier purchase orders. After that you can click add purchase order. From here you can enter supplier purchase order details. Here you can select supplier and you can enter what are the items you are going to order from this supplier. Okay, first select a supplier from this drop down menu. After you select the supplier, you can view supplier balance, supplier credit limit, and supplier address. Here you can view that supplier default discount and layout you can view from here. Okay, if supplier is a tax registered supplier, you can view the tax number. Okay, next from this item list, you can select what are the items you are going to order. When you select the item, you can view that item code, item description, reserved quantity, and quantity on hand. After select the item, you can view the description. If you have enter unit, you can view, and quantity, exclusive price, tax rate, discount line, discount percentage, and discount amounts you can view from here. If you enter 2, system will calculate the total. Like that, you can select your items. Then system will calculate the discount, exclusive amount, tax amount, and total amount. And if you want to later delete any line, you can delete. And if you want to add more lines, by clicking this plus mark, you can add that line. Okay, and there are few options. First, now this is discount. If you enter discount rate here, it will apply for all items in the purchase order. Okay, now here enter 1. Total amount is 30,000. From you can see total discount is 7,500 and total amount is 22,500. Sometimes your supplier will give discount item wise, not for total supply invoice. They will give item wise discount. Now for an example, for this item they will give 10% and this item 5%. Then system will calculate item wise discount rate. Okay. Here you can see 9,000, here 19,000. Exclusive amount, discount is 1,000, here also 1,000. Like that, system will calculate line wise discount. Okay, if you enter discount here, it will apply for all items in the system, all items in the purchase order. If you want, if your supplier giving different discount rates for different items, you can use this line discount percentage. And also here you can enter discount amount or discount percentage. Then based on that discount percentage, system will calculate the exclusive amount, tax amount, and the total. Okay. Next, there's another option, use inclusive amounts. If you tick this option, this exclusive price will change to inclusive price. Okay, we will tick this. Then you can see this inclusive price, exclusive price has changed to inclusive price. Again, if we untick, it will change to exclusive price. And if you want to add any notes, you can add a message to here. We have discussed when you are doing these company settings, document and statement, supply document messages, purchase order. This message will display here. And also, if you want to add any comment to this item, now for an example, if you want to add a serial number here, you can click this file mark. Then this line will display here. You can enter the serial number. Then this color will change. Okay. And for this item also, if you want to add serial number, you can add like that. You can add serial number. Or any comments you can add here. Like that, you can enter purchase order. Okay, right. After that, you can save, or if you want to print, you can print, or you can email to your supplier. If you want to print, you can print preview. And from here, you can print. And if you want to email, you can email from here. Right. Like that, you can enter your supplier purchase orders. Right. Now you can enter your supplier purchase order. Please enter 2 supplier purchase orders. Okay. After you create your purchase orders, you can view your list of purchase orders. And you can use supplier name, document number, order number, date, delivery date, discount, total tax, total purchase order amount. Okay. And you can sort here also, you can sort document number or amount, like that you can sort. And here also, if you want to add columns, you can add, by ticking this, you can add columns. And if you want to remove any column, you can untick that column. Next, if you want to search any document, you can search from here. And you can filter from here. Dated today, dated this month, like that. You can select or you can filter your purchase orders. And also there's a status. You can see From here, you can view that pending, overdue, invoiced, confirmed, cancelled status you can view. Now, first one, if you check cancel, now you have sent the purchase order and supplier doesn't have that items, or if you want to cancel that order, you can cancel the order. Next, you have sent the confirm. Next one, confirm. You have sent the purchase order and supplier has confirmed that order. In that case, you can change the status to confirmed. Okay. Next, pending. Now you have sent the purchase order to the supplier, but still that supplier haven't sent that goods to you. Next one, overdue. Here also, you have sent the purchase order. Supplier haven't sent that. You haven't received the goods yet. Therefore, it also overdue. Now, difference between overdue and pending is now overdue. You can see delivery date is 1st of October. This second pending invoice, it's 10th January. So this is, we haven't reached this delivery date, therefore it is pending, and we have exceeded this delivery date, therefore that purchase order is overdue. Okay, both situation, both status, we haven't received the goods. However, this overdue means we have reached the delivery date or we have passed the delivery date. In pending status, we haven't still reached the delivery date. Okay, next, invoice. If that supplier has sent the goods and sent the invoice, we can convert that purchase order to invoice, then status will change to invoice. Okay, you can change the status from this option. You can change confirmed, cancelled, invoice. Okay, so from here, you can change the status. Pending and overdue automatically will display from the system. Cancelled and confirmed will you can change from these options. In addition to that, from here you can view purchase order history. Who has created this purchase order? Next, you can view user defined fields. You can enter if you have delivery charges, you can enter that delivery charges here, or any dates you can add here. Next, document attachment. If you want to add any documents to this transaction, you can add. So for an example, if you want to attach any images, you're ordering goods, you can attach from here, and you can attach up to 2 MB and maximum 5 attachments. Next, document notes. You can add any document notes to here, and this will display in the dashboard. Next, confirm, cancel, invoice. These details you can change from here. And also, if you want to convert this purchase order to an invoice, you can go to options and create invoice. Then this purchase order will convert to supplier invoice. Now you have sent the purchase order and supplier sends goods to you. Then you can enter the supplier invoice. In that case, you can use this create option. Okay. Next, copy purchase order. If you want to copy the same purchase order again, or if you want to create same purchase order again, you can go to options and click copy purchase order. Then system will create another purchase order. Okay, we will save this. You can see same amount, same date, 2 purchase orders created. Okay, now there's another option. We will change the prices. Now supplier has informed us prices has increased. Then we will change the price and we can save. Again, we will open this purchase order. And if you go to history, go to options, purchase order history, you can view this value has changed LKR 8,100 to 9,720. Okay, so any modification, any value changes, you can view from this purchase order history. Okay, you can view that action created or edited, date, user, and details you can view from here. Okay, right now you can practice that options, and you can practice this purchase orders list. Okay, right now you can practice that purchase orders, and you can enter few purchase orders after the class, and you can practice how to enter purchase order. And if you have added any document notes, you can see this color has changed and others because you have added document note. And also if you attach any documents, you can view this this color also, this file mark color also will change to orange. Right, like that you can create your supplier purchase orders. Next we will move to supplier invoices. You can create supplier invoices from suppliers, transactions, supplier invoices. Okay. Now in practical situation, you will order goods from your suppliers, and after that they will send the goods to you. In that situation, you can enter supplier invoice, or without sending purchase order also, you may purchase and you can enter the supplier invoice to the system. Okay, first we will check how to enter supplier invoice without supplier purchase order. Okay, you can enter supplier invoice by clicking this add supplier invoice, and you can select the supplier. After you select the supplier, you can view supplier balance and credit limit. Here you can select the item, and you can enter the amount, and if taxes available, you can enter the tax rate. Okay, and from here, date, you can select the date, supply invoice date, and you can enter supply invoice number here. And you can save this supplier invoice. When you save this supplier invoice, that supplier outstanding will increase. Okay. Then you can select items from here, and you can enter price and quantity, and you can save this supplier invoice. Right, now you can enter supplier invoice, go to suppliers, transactions, and select supplier invoice, and you can enter supplier invoice. Please enter one supplier invoice.
தம்பி சவுண்ட் இல்லடா.
Mr. Vasidaran, can you please mute your mic, please?
Okay.
Okay, now we have entered supplier invoice. Now, this is we have entered direct supplier invoice. Now assume you have entered purchase order, and after that you will enter the supplier invoice. In that case, there are two methods you can enter supplier invoice. First one, you can go to suppliers, transactions, supplier purchase orders. And from the list, you can click this actions and click create invoice. Or you can open the supplier purchase order, go to options and create invoice. Okay, these methods, you can convert your purchase order to supplier invoice. I'll repeat it again. Go to suppliers, transactions, supplier purchase orders. Select the purchase order, click actions, select create invoice. Or you can open the supplier purchase order, go to options and select create invoice. Then system will display message, the supplier invoice from this purchase order. Status will be changed to invoice. Click OK. Now here process supplier purchase order. Here you can see that purchase order has converted to supplier in from the system. Tax numbers details, this address details fill from the system, dates fill from the system, and from here you can enter supplier invoice number, and you can save this supplier invoice. Okay, you don't want to enter details again. If you are converting supplier purchase order to supplier invoice, you can just convert that purchase order to invoice, and you need to enter only supplier invoice number. After that, you can save this supplier invoice. Okay, now you can see this this purchase order status has changed to invoice. Okay, this purchase order status has changed to invoice because we converted this purchase order to an invoice. Okay, like that you can convert your purchase order to supplier invoice. Okay, there's another method. Go to suppliers, transactions, supplier invoice, click add supplier invoice. From this supplier drop down menu, you can select supplier name. After that, you can select purchase order and you can convert to supplier invoice. Okay, here also you can select the supplier, and from purchase order drop down menu, you can select the purchase order and you can create supplier invoice. Also, you can save, you can enter supplier invoice number and you can save this supplier invoice. Okay, like that you can enter supplier invoice. First, we discussed how to enter direct supplier invoice without purchase order. Secondly, we discussed how to convert our purchase order to supplier invoice. Okay, now if you have entered any purchase order, you can convert that purchase order to supplier invoice. After that, we will discuss additional features in these supplier invoices. Okay, now we have created supplier invoice. Okay, now we will discuss additional features in this supplier invoice. First, when you select the supplier, you can view supplier balance and supplier credit limit. And also, if you select any foreign supplier, system will display in supplier's currency. We'll open another foreign supplier. Okay, now you can see this supplies foreign supplier balance and credit limit will display in supplier's currency. And also you can view that exchange rate, and when you select items, it will display item prices will display in supplier's currency, and also total also you can view in supplier's currency, and the exchange rate will display here. If you want to change, you can change the exchange rate. Here also you can change, or from here you can change the exchange rate. Right. Next, supplier invoice. Without entering supplier invoice, you cannot save your supplier invoice. Okay, it's compulsory to enter supplier invoice number. Without entering supplier invoice number, you cannot save your supplier invoice. We will delete this supplier invoice and we will save. Change this. Okay, now here you can see supply invoice number is required. Without supply invoice number, we cannot save this transaction. Okay, now in this supplier, we have entered this supply invoice number. Again, we will enter same invoice number. Go to options. We'll copy this invoice and same invoice number here. We'll save. Right. Now you can see the supply invoice number entered in this document has already been used for this supplier. Do you want to continue? I think you can remember when you are creating these company settings under customer and supplier settings, you can see second one, warn when duplicate supplier invoice number used on supplier invoices. If you tick this option, system will pop up a message if you enter duplicate supplier invoice number. Okay, now we have entered same invoice number twice, therefore system will pop up a message. The supplier invoice number entered in this document has already been used for this supplier. And do you want to continue? If you want to continue, you can click yes, or if you are not sure whether it's correct invoice number, you can check the number and change and save it again. Right, next, if you have given any credit period for this supplier, system will calculate the credit period automatically. You can see the date and due date available. You check this supplier, PW Holdings. Go to list of suppliers. This supplier has 30 days credit period. Therefore, system will calculate that 30 days as due date. Next, we have given credit limit for this supplier. Supplier credit limit is 100,000. Now we will enter, we'll change this amount, and now this total invoice amount is 972. We will save this. Then system will display a message, your credit limit will be exceeded. Would you like to continue. If you want to continue, you can click yes, or if you want to discontinue, you can click no, and you can change the quantity or pricing. Okay, if you want to continue, you can continue this. Right, next, now when you are purchasing these items, if you want to add any additional comment or any serial number, you can enter here and you can save. Okay, after you if you enter any serial number or any comment here, you can search from here. You can type in a search option and enter. Then if that number available in a document, you can view that document. Now this it will display here that supplier invoice number, this previous supplier invoice. You can view the detail. Okay, like that. If you want to add any serial numbers for purchased items, you can enter here. You can click this option and you can enter the serial number. Change the price again. And here also from options, you can view the invoice history. Okay, you can view the created, converted, purchase order, edited value. You can view from the invoice history. Right. Next, now when you select these items, actually we have discussed this inclusive item, inclusive price, exclusive price. If you tick this option, you can view the inclusive price. If you untick, you can view the exclusive price. Next, now when you select items, sometimes you want to select GL accounts. Now, sometimes if you are paying, for an example, if you are paying transport expenses or clearing or cleaning charges without selecting inventory item, you want to directly debit it to expense account, okay, or GL account. In that case, you can change this type to account and you can select GL account. Okay, from here now you can see if you are paying advertising expense, you can select that. Okay, like that. From this type, if you are entering any inventory item, you can select item, then you can select inventory item from this drop down menu. Or if you want to select GL account, you can change this type from item to account. Then you can select GL accounts. Okay, like that. If you want to enter any item or GL account, you can change from type and you can select that relevant item or GL account. Right. Next, analysis codes. Now you can see there are some department jobs area available. These are analysis codes. Now you can go to company and you can go to analysis code. And from here, now for an example, you are a group of company. You may have different companies, or in your company you have different cost centers, or in your company you may have different projects or jobs, or you want to view your profit and loss report based on area wise. In that case, you can create these analysis codes. Okay, you can create department, or in your system there may be analysis code 1, analysis code 2, analysis code 3, and you can rename that. You can select first one and you can change to department, and under this you can create your departments. Okay, accounts, HR, manufacturing, marketing, like that you can create your departments. And if you want to use another analysis code now for projects or job, you can select that and you can rename your analysis code name. Okay, after you create analysis code, click this option in use and click save. After that, it will display here. For all transactions, that analysis code will display. After you create analysis code, when you are generating your profit and loss report, you can view that profit and loss report in your department wise or project wise profitability report you can generate. Now you can see each department will display here and totals will display here. Right. Like that, you can create analysis code and you can link to purchase order or supply invoice. You can link that analysis codes. Okay, we will discuss analysis code later, and here you can link this analysis code. Okay. Next, you can select these items or GL accounts, and you can save your supplier invoice. Right, we will enter another supplier invoice. Now, when you are purchasing your goods, sometimes you may incur some additional expenses, okay, like traveling, insurance, clearing charges, and those expenses you want to add to your item cost. In that case, you can use this additional cost, and you can select that additional cost supplier and description. For an example, transport, and you can enter the amount. Okay, then it will add to your item. Okay, so now here you can see that total amount is 100, additional cost 1000. Like that, if you have any additional cost, you can add that cost from this by clicking this add additional cost. Okay, then this additional cost will add to your item. Now for an example, if you have 2 items, it will add 2 items based on the item value. Okay, now first one 7,500. Our additional total additional charges is 1000. Then it will add 333 for first item, 7,500. Second item, it's 666. Okay, like that, it will add additional cost based on the item value. After that, you can save. Okay, now here you can enter supply invoice number and you can save. Okay, now you can see this first original invoice and next invoice for this additional cost. Okay, both suppliers will update. Okay, right, like that you can enter supply invoice. First you can enter without purchase order, or if you have entered purchase order, you can convert that purchase order to supply invoice. And if you have any additional cost, you can add additional cost. And if you want to add any GL accounts, you can change this type to account. And if you have any analysis code like a department, jobs, or area wise or project, you can select that analysis code. Right, now you can practice this how to enter supply invoice. And if you have any questions, please ask. Okay, like this, you can enter your supply invoices. You can convert your supply invoice from purchase order, or you can directly enter your supply invoice. And when you enter supply invoice, your expense or inventory will debit and credit trade payables. Okay, journal entries will be debit inventory or your selected GL account and credit your trade payables. After you enter your supply invoices, you can view your list of supply invoices. And from here also, you can view status as paid, overdue, or unpaid, or partially paid. If you pay for this invoice, status will change to paid. And if you not yet paid, it will display as unpaid. And if you partially paid some amount, part of that invoice, if you paid, it will display as partially paid. And if your invoice has increased that credit period, it will change to overdue. Okay, like that, status will change. And you can view this supplier name, document number, amount, and outstanding amount, and anticipated payment dates from this list of invoices. And also you can sort this list from ascending or descending order by clicking these headings. Okay, then we will wrap up for today. Please practice by creating master files and entering transactions. If you have any questions, please ask in next session. Okay, thank you very much.
For more details, please log into www.pwholdings.lk. Thank you.